good evening, depending on where you are. It's Thursday, and unshockingly, I have Neva. Because that's just what we do now, friends. It's fine.
This is just our routine at this point.
Neva messages me and goes, "Do you want a friend?" And like I would ever say no to that. So here we are. This is us. We're back for another 8 hours of sprints, friends. Are you ready to get some stuff done? During today, I am working on 2 books. One's for a video, one's for a buddy read that I am behind on and have been behind on the whole time, but so are my buddies, so it's fine. It's totally okay. I have 150 pages of Malice to read today to get caught up. Will that happen? Again, I don't think it overly matters if I fully catch up because nobody else is either. And I'm also reading A Genesis of Misery for a vlog. So these are going to be my 2 reads for today. And I think I'm going to, again, like I've been doing on like the last like 3 sprints where I've been behind on buddy reads, I'm going to just like work one sprint and just bop back and forth on each sprint and knock out a little bit on each one. But the first sprint will not be either of these because she needs to film. She needs to film badly, friends. She has a vlog update to do for a different vlog, not the one that I'm reading this for, completely other vlog. And I also am going to film Timmy's TBR. So my camera is going to be off for the first sprint. And then I should be on camera for most of the rest of the day while I'm reading. But I don't want to spoil Timmy's for you all. So I will turn my camera off while I'm filming Timmy's because I don't want you to know if Timmy's was nice or not nice. I'll let you all find out when it comes out in like a week and a half. Neva, what are you up to?
I need to try to finish Great Expectations today just because running out of time. On Libby. So it says I have I have a few days left. It says I have 7 days left.
You got this. It's a middle grade, right?
No.
Oh.
It's not middle grade. It's definitely like adult.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but it's a 10-hour audiobook. I don't know how many hours. I have 4 hours and 19 minutes at the speed I listen to.
You are going to finish this on today's sprints.
So I should be able to finish it today. I should be able to
finish for Neva is in sights, friends.
I just don't I got like real overwhelmed real quick. Like I don't really know how this happened to me because like we were reading a buddy read, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm doing a reread of Pucking Sweet for something else.
Yeah.
And then it's part of something else, right?
Which I know.
And then I was like, oh, I also need to film episode 2 of Can You Clean Out? So I like started that. And then I got a Libby hold for We Used to Live Here, which I knew I needed to read that within 21 days because otherwise I'll just go back on the hold list because it's a new book.
Yep.
So I started reading that. And then I was like, what am I doing, bro? Like, I don't understand what's happening.
This happened to me too, Neva.
That's why, I messaged you and I was like, how far into this book are you? Because I'm on chapter 10 and you're like, I'm on chapter 7. And I'm like, okay, cool. So we both need to just relax. I'm going to go read this.
Yeah.
I have this pulled up on my Kindle right now because I need to get it done before the library takes it from me. Yes. And it's not being used for anything. Like I'm just reading it to read it. But I don't really want my Libby to get out of control this year. Yes. Like I cleaned out all my holds at the end of 2024, except the ones I knew I would read. So I do have I think 7 left, but they're months out still.
Yeah. So, I totally understand where you're at because due to many unforeseen circumstances that I do not know how, I could break it down how it occurred because I know how it occurred, but somehow I am currently reading, oh, hold on, friends. Let's look at the list. And I mean, actively reading this many books. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Here, I can tell you how many books I'm actually reading because I'm
about to tell a vlog. I'm about to start a 7th. So that's maximum. We cannot add another. I don't know how how it happened. I do.
So
I do.
actively, I have 4 books, but Ari is yelling at me to start Serpent in the Wings of Night.
Yes.
And I'm like, I don't know that I can juggle that too. I do have it physically, so like I could just tack on another physical book, but I'm sitting here like, bro, I'm already overwhelmed. And actually, I'm supposed to start a 5th book for
yeah
for KU clean out.
Yes.
But I'm trying to decide if I'm going to just do a different, like if I'm going to cut part of that and do a different role for it.
Yep.
Because that book will technically work for something else, but I thought that I wasn't doing the other thing.
I know.
So
exactly
it's like I'll just do the KU clean out, but now that I'm still doing the other thing since that got moved, I'm like, okay, I kind of need it for that thing. Otherwise, it's just. I mean, I guess I could do 2 months where one of these things is specifically themed and one is not. I read enough of this. Is it a genre? I don't know, but I read enough of this type of book that it wouldn't be like out of the realm of possibility that I would have this many, because I do have a lot.
Yeah.
Of this specific type of book. So it wouldn't be like out of the realm of possibility that I would have an entire Kindle Unlimited library of this book, which I basically do right now. So
yeah, I feel you on that. So for some reason, we're both living our Rainy Blue Reads life, and we didn't mean to. It happened accidentally.
It's stressful, bro. I don't know how Rainy does it.
I don't know how she does it all the
Small
time.
children and teaching. I don't know how she does it. It's stressing me out.
I'm also filming 2 vlogs at the same time, which is reasons why there's 2 like that I try not to do, but in this case, it had to, the way the cookie crumbled, it had to be this way. So here we are. It's fine. I have read-alongs, Wheel of Time, and then Hero of Ages came in, and I was on a big wait list and got to skip the line copy, so I had to snatch it and start it. But like, did I have time? No, but I'm behind everybody else on the read-along, so I had to. This is where we're at. It's fine. Hello, Kelly. Hello, Adventures in Fantasy. I believe your name is Alex. But can you please correct me if I'm wrong? Because I'm pretty
sure this is Alex too.
This is Alex, right? I just want to double check. I am almost 1000% sure because I watch your videos and you tagged me in them and I watched them, but I just want to confirm that I'm not mixing up. Do you know how sometimes there's like, we have so many friends and I don't want to mix up your name. So just confirm that I'm correct. Hello, Kendra. Hi, Essie. And this is also Alex. Hi, Alex. This is different Alex. This one I know is Alex. Finishing up some captioning, then we'll be reading. Can't take that away. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Linz. Hi, Alicia. Good morning. Starting out with budgeting stuff and then finishing up Death Note Volume 6. Alicia, this is a great shout because remember how I said I was about to tell a vlog I'm starting another book? I'm debating between 2 for that vlog. Maybe I'll let y'all pick. One of them was Death Note. Death Note Volume 1 is one option. Hold on, let me grab it. Death Note Volume 1 is one option. Graveyard Shift is the other. Because I only need something small to finish out the challenge. So, and I've been back and forth on both things.
I need to read Graveyard Shift, dude.
I love ML Rio, but I've heard not great things about this, which is terrifying me. And it is also horror, which is not what I come to expect from Elmo Rio. But I will read.
I mean, maybe do Death Note since you're just trying to like finish on a high note.
But is Death Note going to be a high note? I mean, everybody loves Death Note, but I don't know if I'm going to like Death Note.
I think for you, because of the manga that you read, I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I probably will. I'll let the people decide, but you're voting for Death Note. Working on a craft project, already covered in paint. It sounds like a fun afternoon, though, honestly. Hi, Abs. Hi, Chrissy. Nina's here. Hoping to finish up Dreadful today and cleaning. Hi, Sammy. Michaela's here at work, switching between Magnolia Parks and Malice. Those are very different reads. Unless you're reading a different Malice than this one, because there is multiple different Malices, but is this the Malice you're reading? I feel like this is because so many people are reading this right now for Catch Up Book Club that like everyone is reading Malice right now. And Neva is thrilled that you're reading Magnolia Park.
Oh yeah, she's reading it last week too. This book just sits,
I know you
I do have a plan to finish the series this year. It's not technically one of the series that I spun for, which no one knows what those series are except me. Well, and Margaret. Well, I think Brittany might know, but like the general internet does not.
I know, kind of.
General internet does not know. But I do want to finish Magnolia Parks this year. It's just that I need to decide if I am ready for the emotional damage that I know is coming my way. What?
You got to come at it at the right time.
Yeah, I tend to read Magnolia Parks like in the summer.
Yep.
I fear like I seem to have a pattern with this. I read it last year in the summer. Like I read the third book in the universe in the summer. So like I feel like it's just this summer. It's not like summer vibes really. I mean, I guess like it is because they like gallivant around, but it's not like sunshiny. You know what I mean? Ooh,
I'm not clapping at you saying it's not sunshiny. I'm clapping at the icebreaker on screen.
I mean, it's also, I mean, you could clap at it. It's not sunshiny.
It is not.
It's just like a very like summer vibe. Like the characters are very summer vibes. But the books are destroyed vibes. So
I didn't get to the destroyed vibes parts of Magnolia Parks. So, but I know of it from being friends with you, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Just the ending of The Long Way Home. I need some answers. Okay. Because I broke down on sprints. I did not and here's the thing, I should have known that it was happening. Like I should have known something was gonna happen because I made it to like 80% of this book and everything at 80% was going well, like for everybody. And I was like, something has got like that's weird, but okay, maybe we'll get a happy ending. We didn't.
No, it's true. Ro, I'm gonna keep that close to the vest at this moment because it is for a project vlog that is coming out in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Hold on, let me look. It's not next week, I don't think. Yeah, it'll be out before the end of the month. It'll be my last video of the month on the 28th. So you'll know sooner rather than later, but it's for a very fun, different vlog for me. I'm really excited to put out this vlog, but that's part of what it's for. Going to be reading Kaiki. I really want to read this book because I've heard fantastic things. And By Other Name by Jodi Picoult. 2 more days left with your Skip the Line copy. Libby really just controls our reading all the time, doesn't it? Like, seriously. It really does.
KU Clean Out might become KU and Libby Clean Out depending on how out of control my Libby gets. Seriously. That's why I'm trying to keep my Libby like under control because I'm like, I could combine them for a couple of episodes, but I'm just like, I don't really want to. That's like a lot of pressure.
Seriously, I feel you.
Yeah, it does. It does read fast. I'm 22% in. I don't really know what the hell is going on. I'm going to be honest. It's very like I now understand why every person that I've seen read this book at the end, like they'll be like reading it and they'll give like little updates, and then at the end they're like, "What the fuck did I just read?" Because that's how I feel right now, and I'm only 22% in. Because the way the synopsis is written is that this family comes and then they refuse to leave. Right. Which I'm not quite sure. I mean, maybe as I get further into it, there's going to be some refusal to leave. But right now, it's not so much refusal to leave as it is like there are circumstances that stop them from leaving.
Right. Which I actually prefer because in a horror or even a thriller, if it just would be easy for them, like a horror store, which I love, but I keep yelling at the main character to just leave the store. Like, you know, there has to be a reason why you can't leave the store or the house or the whatever.
And for this, it's like this is in the synopsis, so I'm not like ruining anything, but basically this family like comes to the house because the dad grew up there. He wants to tour the house, show the kids or whatever, because they're about to like move across the country. And the new homeowner is a people pleaser because I can relate to that.
Fair.
And it's basically like, sure, you can tour, whatever. Well, then like something happens. So they try to leave the first time. When they go to leave the first time, she calls them back. Because at first she says, no, my partner says she doesn't want you in the house, which is a lie, but like she doesn't really want them there. You know what I mean? Like the girl doesn't.
Yes.
So they go to leave, and then she feels guilty because like little girl feels sad that she doesn't get to come in this house, which that's a red flag, but all right.
Honestly, it's probably good not to.
Right. So she calls them back. They got, and she's like, only 15 minutes. And they're like, yeah, 15 minutes tops. Well, it takes way more than 15 minutes because something happens. They can't leave. So they don't end up leaving. They end up like staying for dinner or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm at this point where they're about to leave again, but something else has now happened,
keeping them from leaving,
where they cannot leave now again. So I'm like, okay, so does it eventually? So I'm sure like eventually it will become like, well, we've been here so long, we might as well stay type thing.
right?
It's kind of giving me like Others vibes, but without the ghosts.
Yes.
Have you ever seen like the Nicole Kidman movie?
I know what it's. I have not seen it, but I know kind of the general, idea.
Yeah, like the general consensus of the Others is that there's this like ghost family that, well, I mean, you don't know till the end, but the movie is 30 years old. So if you haven't seen it by now, you're probably not going to.
Yeah.
But like the premise of this movie is that there are two families living in this house. But you have to try to figure out as the viewer. Here, I'll say it this way because then it's not even spoiling. You have to try to figure out as the viewer which one is the human family and which one is the ghost family.
Right.
And it's not obvious throughout most of the movie. Like until like the end of the movie, you don't know which family is which. It gives me that vibe, except that clearly these people are all humans because they can see each other. Or I guess I would assume they're all humans. I don't know. There could be
maybe they can all see ghosts.
There could be some kind of plot twist where like this family that fucking showed up is actually a bunch of ghosts and homegirl is seeing paranormal things. I will say this, she does have this like disembodied voice in her head, and it's giving me for anyone who read this book, which I know Brittany did not, it's giving me the puppet from freaking How to Sell a Haunted House. It's giving me that vibe, except that this is like in her head, but it's specifically this like cheap imitation version of like the cheerful chimp monkey, like that has the symbols that she had as a child that she named Mo. And it's giving me like those vibes because this little disembodied voice of Mo is like, they're gonna kill you. They're terrible people. Your partner broke down on the side of the road. Like it's like it's like her paranoia is this voice, and it's giving me like the vibes of, I can't even remember what the puppet's name is in freaking
I don't know, but the fact, as soon as you said puppets, I knew exactly what you were talking about. Just shows how much I heard about these when you and Rainey were reading this book.
Well, that's
like,
because
I knew exactly what book you were talking about.
It was the part of the book that I honestly was the least creepy part for me.
Rainey did not like the puppets.
Hated that part. And honestly, I think Julie ended up DNFing for that part as well, because I know she ended up DNFing. And I understand why. I just truthfully didn't. I mean, maybe I just grew up with a mom who had those creepy clown, like ceramic clowns.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So like the puppet doll thing, I mean, it freaks me out, but like unless I'm actually looking at it,
like that fear of it. Yeah.
It's like just part of a horror book to me.
Yeah. That makes sense. We are going to jump into our first sprint so that I can film. But before we do, I want to say hi, Quinny. How are you? I hope your planning goes well today. I'm going to start that as our last comment, and we are going to jump into a sprint. We're going to do hour-long sprints. We're going to be here for 8 hours, friends. We're going to get lots of productivity done. Actually, before we go, hello, Bethany. How are you? I hope your meetings go well. And I will see you all. No, we love lurkers. We love lurkers and chatters and all the people equally here. So I hope your meetings go well. But I will see you all in an hour, friends. I forgot that I muted my computer while I was filming so that I wouldn't hear any notifications. And I was like, why did I not hear the timer? It was me. It's fine. As long as you all heard it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we heard it.
Perfect. It was just me. Before we get into how we did, say hello to all the people who joined us because we had quite a few. Hello, more. Christina is here with lots of fabulous reminders. Thank you so much, Christina. Paul is here. Thank you, Laura, for the transport. Hi, Jody. Rainy's here. Busy nonstop day, but listening to Abby Jimenez. And it's looking good, friends. Hi, Vanessa. You are so close to done all your sessions, but you have a large break before that last one. Hi, Grace. And that's where we got to where people are starting to tell us how they did during the sprint. I was filming for most of that sprint. I did read for the last 20 minutes, but most of that was a filming sprint. So I'm not going to switch books until the next sprint because I really didn't read Malice in this one. I read 5 pages. It was not a lot. So Eva, how'd you do?
I read for the last 20 minutes, but listen, apparently this has become a pattern where YouTube, a certain YouTuber, decides she's going to talk about how evil movies are. I'm not going to say what YouTuber this is.
Is it the same
last week too? It's the same person.
Oh, you need to unsubscribe, friend.
Did a part 2, okay, and
you need to move
on. Wally is evil, apparently.
No.
And so is, what is that movie with the star, Wish? I've never actually watched that.
I haven't seen that one. We should watch that.
Ari's watched it. She likes it, so we should watch it.
We can watch it with Ari.
We should. Oh, and of course, Wicked is evil.
I mean, if Wicked is evil, I don't want to be good.
Me either, bro. The hell? Anyway, clearly you can't, appreciate the wonderful music that is Wicked, but that's fine.
Truly, if I am not listening to an audiobook currently and has been for at least a month, longer at this point, if I'm not listening to an audiobook, I am either listening to the Wicked soundtrack or Tortured Poets Department because I still in my Tortured Poets Department era.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I put the Wicked soundtrack and every Taylor Swift song that I love into one playlist, so I just shuffle it because you can't go wrong.
You can't, and they're really, the thing is, the juxtaposition of the Wicked soundtrack with Tortured Poets is just, it's a vibe.
Right. It's just, it's a little bit jarring when it goes from
down bad to loathing.
I have every album that Taylor Swift has redone, right? Mm-hmm. So all the Taylor's versions in there. So it's a little jarring when we get a Speak Now song.
Yes.
Right after you get a Wicked song. That's a little, or vice versa. That's a little jarring. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're two completely different vibes. But honestly, I'm not hating it for myself.
No, I love it for us.
Also, I am liking this book, but that's all I can tell you. So
that's fair. I feel like this is now because I'm rarely reading books that I can talk about. I can talk about Malice on Sprints though, which is exciting because it's not for a vlog.
I might
talk about the other one, I'm just buddy reading Malice, and honestly, friends, this is great. I'm having a great time with Malice.
I'm trying to decide if I want to read it on my Kindle because I do have it on my Kindle. I got it for $3 last year.
It's heavy.
But I also want the physical copy so I can hold it up.
That's fair, but I would read it if you have it on Kindle. I would read it on Kindle because she's got some weight to her.
Okay, because my
arm was hurting, and I was like, "Why is my arm hurting?" And I went. It was when I was early days in Malice, so all the weight was on one side of the book, and I was like, "Oh, this is a Malice injury, is what has happened."
This is a book problem. Yeah, I do have it on Kindle Girly here because I got it for $3 last year, so I was like, I will read this at some point, and then I never read it.
Yeah.
So it's
fine. I need to keep up with it, though. I need to talk to Sarvasha and Rainey about how we want to like do the other books, because I don't want to do them necessarily back-to-back months, but I also don't want to wait like a year between books. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because me, Kelsey, and Rainey are still trying to figure out when the hell we're doing this tandem read.
So,
and I think the last book that we actually read in Throne of Glass was in like September.
it was a while ago.
It was a long time ago. It's like to the point where I like look at the tandem read and I'm like, I'm never picking you up.
So. Someone recommended on Sprints. I do not remember. I've been on Sprints so many places. So like do not recall when or where this happened, but it was on Sprints that we do one every quarter. And I was like, that's actually a good plan.
That's a good idea, actually.
You know, like you get a little break, but like not so far that you don't remember.
Right. I'm actually trying to prioritize buddy reads this year. It's just that I don't know a lot of people that would want to buddy read the books that I have.
What you need to do is just put a list on your like community tab and people will flock. Trust me. As a person who does put out their physical TBR, like, and it's
I do have a list of books that I want to read this year.
Just like put it up and be like, let me know if you want to buddy read. I'll message you when I'm ready. And it's great. It's a great.
Because honestly, there's enough people that want to do it. I've redone our Discord server.
Yes.
That's getting announced in February. I'm like officially announcing that I redid the Discord in February. Mm-hmm. But if you're already in there, you'll see that it's been redone. And if there's like enough people, I would definitely go ahead and like make a channel like for it. Because then it's somewhere easy that everybody can put their thoughts and stuff like that.
That's what happened with the Diviners buddy read, because it started with 3 and then it just like snowballed into being like 10 people. Like it got large.
Which honestly, I'm down for that. I'm not filming buddy reads necessarily. They'll be in my wrap ups and I'll say like who I read them with, but I'm not it's just a lot of pressure to like feel like I have to vlog every book, and like this is 2025. We're not filming every book.
Out of all the buddy reads I've done this year, I've only vlogged one because it worked out with the vlog that I was doing to put it in. Like it made sense. But like the rest of them, I haven't.
You know what's crazy? I've only fully vlogged one book also, and that was my first book of the year.
There you go.
Now, I mean, I am in the process of filming other books, like for Kindle Unlimited and stuff, but I don't even really count those because I know that that's content. Like that's already like a thing on my channel now. Mm-hmm. So I'm not even like, oh, you're only reading this to film it, because I do let myself DNF Kindle Unlimited books.
Yes, exactly.
And I only count it as like, oh, you're only reading this to film it if I'm like forcing myself to read the book. I'm not going to force myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not forcing myself to read anything this year, except maybe like book club books, because like I'm the one who picked it. Like I did last year with Make This Season Bright. Like I still would probably finish that book, because
I will say I'm making my
so that's different. But like for just vlogs or anything, I'm DNFing. I'm
also making myself read because I picked 12 classics and what did I pick 12? Yeah, 12 classics and 12 like nonfiction books. They're not necessarily like personal development, but they're all nonfiction. And I am going to make myself read all of them by the end of the year.
Yes.
But that is for my own like goal of growth. That's not because because all of them that I picked I want to read.
That's not for BookTube. That's for you.
But it's not for BookTube. I don't necessarily need to film it. I mean, my Patreons, if they want to read them with me, they are allowed to. There's a channel in the Discord for Patreon where you can do that. But I'm not like forcing anyone to read it. It's like an impromptu book club. But I was like, if I read these, plus I made freaking Storygraph challenges, so I have to read them.
It's true. Neva, people want to know. I don't know if you want to name drop the movie.
I mean, I'll tell you. Her name is Taylor.
Last week, I feel like we already name dropped this person.
I might have, so I'll just do it. It's fine. Her name is Taylor. Her name is Taylor Alessia. So it's Taylor, like how you would usually spell it, and then Alesia. And she is like, listen, I should
subscribe, girl.
Here's the thing. I am a person who I don't actually get her notifications. So the only time that I ever actually see it is if like I'll open YouTube and there will be a video from her. But I would have to actually, most of the time I have to actually go look for them. If that makes sense. Yes. Like they're not like this one happened to be on my like For You page, but a lot of times I kind of forget she exists.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I feel like that with a lot of my my subscriptions. Sometimes like I forget, especially people don't post very often. I'll forget that I'm subscribed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems that I only tend to get her most viewed videos. Those are the ones that are pushing
them. They're pushing them.
I used to follow her before she was a Jesus, like before she found Jesus. And I didn't realize that because here's the thing. I follow as like an LGBTQ Jesus lover. Yes, okay. Exactly. I'm like open about that. I don't like force it down anyone's throat, but I'm open about it if you ask. I don't like to sit in an echo chamber. So I will follow people that I don't agree with because at least maybe I can learn something or I can take what they're saying and decide if it's for me or like maybe there's a message in there somewhere for me, but maybe not exactly what they're saying. So I do that, especially with like homemaker side of TikTok, because there's a lot of Christian homemakers on that side that are kind of extremists. This chick was quote unquote of the world like 4 years ago. And I followed her because she used to do music.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And she, I guess at one point also did OF, if you know what that is, adult content. So but then her channel changed and I started getting these other notifications from another channel. Like she made a new channel. And I was like, oh, I used to follow her. So I followed her and then realized that, I don't care that it's all Jesus content. That's fine. But like, she's like, I made like a testimony video about how she found her way from adult content into the light or whatever.
Gotcha.
But I'm just, yeah. I mean, if you want to go watch, yeah, it's just her saying how a lot of children's movies, cartoons, and movies in general make it like God is an evil entity, but like Christians also do that.
Yeah.
Because we're supposed to have the fear of God, right?
But it's also not that deep.
Just not everything is that deep. Okay, Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, Wreck-It Ralph is not a symbolism for Satan. Okay, no, relax.
Not everything is that deep. Also, a side note, so this sounds so fun, Alicia, and also you will never get Twilight hate from me ever. Because as much as I tried to reread it as an adult and I stopped because it would have ruined it for me. It still has a special place in my heart.
It's nostalgic.
From being like a 15-year-old reading about Edward.
And I'll still watch the movies. I just don't know that I'll ever read the books again.
100%. When I had my surgery, what was that? Almost 2 years ago now, like a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, when I had my surgery, all I did was lay on my couch and watch all 4 movies in a
We did, friends. She did, friends. Because I would message her and be like, hi, friend, how are you recovering? And she'd be like, day 12 of Twilight. 12 of Twilight. Here's the thing. I'm not even going to get, like, I don't give hate anyone to what they choose to read, especially if it is a nostalgic read, even if it is a problematic read. Because in all reality, I reread a problematic series every single year. And I'm aware that it's problematic, but it's also the series that like kicked off my love for reading when I was like 9. So it is what it is.
Message me on Instagram if you want to join for it's a very laid back, like we're just buddy reading it, but like you are more than welcome to join us for the next book in the series if you just message me on Instagram.
Christina, are you looking at like the book price?
What?
Up above. I looked up Malice on
I know Amazon. It's Malice, but like why is it, this cannot be.
$2,500. Hold on, let me go because I'm actually wondering if what you're looking at is like an out of print version
or like a special edition that's out of print.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Because like even at Barnes and Noble, it's only $30.
I'm the same.
Okay, it's because you're looking at the hardcover, Christina. So the paperback is $17.31 on Amazon. The hardcover is $336.24.
Why?
Because I do not think that this series is printed in hardcover.
No, I know, but that still seems ridiculous. But
because all the paperbacks, I think you're looking at the hardcover versions.
Mm-hmm.
Because I will say that the hardcovers I don't think are actually in print anymore. I don't ever see anyone with hardcovers of this series.
I don't either.
I don't actually think that it's because on my end, the hardcovers are going for $336, $217, $157. I don't even think that they're necessarily price gouging. I think that they are going off the fact that they're not in print. He does not print them in hardcover any longer, so they're going to be that.
But like, I'm perfectly okay with the paperback because they are
the paperbacks on Amazon are less than $20, and even full price, they're only being listed at about $22 at the highest.
Yeah, and they're nice. Like they're nice,
and they're floppy because I'm going to Barnes this year and I'm going to buy them all. Should I buy them all? Probably not, but I'm going to because I like the covers.
I need to get the rest. With that, friends, I am going to answer this question and then we are going to go into a sprint. So I'm going to star it, but I've already got the question up and we're chatting Malice anyway. So I will chat about it. I'm really loving Malice, honestly, but I do really love this kind of like political epic fantasy that kind of spans, different political factions and different warriors and different things like that. Like that's really my jam. The only thing that I wish we saw, but I could see us potentially growing into having some stronger female characters in this book. I can see the foundation for potentially a couple of them, but it is extremely male focused in the characters right now, which is not uncommon in epic fantasy, but like I'm still going to call it out when I see it. However, if John Gwynne doesn't write a good female character, it's best to not have one than to have a poorly written one. So like there's also that factor. But there is a couple of side characters that I could see becoming strong front characters that are female. So there's my thoughts on Malice so far. I'm only 300 pages in. So I still have a lot of series to go. With that, friends, let us jump into our next sprint and I will see you all in an hour. Hello, we are back. How did your sprint go? I did mostly reading in that sprint, and I got all the way to page 353. So that is actually the last page of yesterday's buddy read pages. So I'm almost caught up. And then I still have today's buddy read pages. Will I get all of the pages done for Malice today? Probably not. It's okay, because again, we're all behind on the buddy. While I'm talking about this, and before I ask Eva how she did, I saw that someone asked again how I'm liking Malice. And friends, the more I read it, the more I like it. Honestly, like, the longer I read it, the more I see things happening, the happier I am with this book. So I'm definitely going to be reading the rest of the series, or at least the next book. I can't see how it would go so off the rails that I wouldn't be interested in continuing. Like, something would disastrously have to happen, and I'm not anticipating that to be the case. Is it a new favorite? I don't know yet. I will wait until I get to the end and see kind of how the rest of the book goes. But like, I'm really having a really great time with this fantasy book. Neva, how'd you do?
I made it to chapter 10.
Nice.
These chapters are like long, bro. Like
I hate long chapters.
Like, I love Leandra so much, okay?
I love how you have to preface that.
So I don't need anyone going to Leandra and saying I'm talking shit, okay? But so I have 2 hours and 43 minutes left. This is the second book she's given me that has astronomically long chapters.
So what you're saying is Leandra doesn't mind a long chapter, is what you're learning.
Like, there's no reason for a chapter to be 35 minutes to an hour. But the first book that I read for this vlog was also like that, and it was Audible only. Like, I can't get it anywhere else. Yeah. And I sacrificed an Audible credit because I was like, I cannot read 45-minute chapters.
No.
It will take me 2 weeks just to read this book.
Truly.
With 45-minute chapters. And so but I also know that Leandra does a lot of audio now.
I don't feel like Leandra does that much audio. No.
Or does she do a lot of immersion?
I don't even think she does a lot of that, really.
Is she out here reading these long-ass chapters with her eyeballs?
Yes, because I have heard Leandra say many times that I think she reads faster physically than with an audio. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because her brain can't process it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, or she's just like a really fast reader.
I will say that the more of these books from Leandra that I read, the more I understand Leandra. And I don't know I don't know how I feel about this because here's why. You'll understand when I tell you.
I really am excited to see where this is going. Go ahead.
As Leandra's friend, I feel like you'll understand what I'm saying. If you don't hang out with Leandra, you may be like, Neva, you're a crazy person. But Brittany hangs out with Leandra, so she'll get it.
I do.
Okay, so Leandra sometimes, now she's like Kelsey, she has like very undercover snark, okay? Yes. She's very much like a sarcastic person, and she says things, but they're very undercover.
The sweetest shade that could ever be thrown. Yes.
Right. So I feel like Kelsey and Leandra, they're both like this. When I first met them, I was like, oh, they're so sweet. They're so cute.
And they are.
They're just like these cute little people. You know what I'm saying? And they are so sweet. And they're both just so adorable. But they're also ruthless. Okay. There is a chapter in this book called Your Dildo is Where Your Home Is.
Right.
Or your home is where your dildo is, or something like that. That's the name of the chapter. And I was like, happening. Wow. And then I listened to the chapter and it made sense, but I was like, I don't know if this is like a Leandra thing. But then we got through the chapter and I was like, okay, it makes sense in my brain. Yeah. It's just that when you get a perception of someone.
I truly hope that one of them is lurking in the background of this live and it's just
I've left my camera on because I don't really care if people see my reactions. And I feel like I've made faces throughout this book because I'm just like, because the book is really funny. It has good like LGBTQ rep in it. There's like a they them character in here named Alex, which is really cool. And like it's done very well. But sometimes I start these books for this vlog and I'm like, I don't understand why Leandra would read this. Like, it doesn't make sense as to why she would read this. And then, like, this sci-fi book I read, I was like, the humor in this is so dark. Like, it's such dark humor.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I found it hilarious, but I was like, Leandra, like, when I first started reading it, I was like, did Leandra like this book?
Yes.
And then, like, as I read it, I was like, you know what? This makes sense.
It does. Yeah, it's great. Can somebody, Quinny, let me know how you feel about this book as you go, because it looks really good and I need to know if I should get it. Like, I need to know. I need somebody to actually read it and tell me if I should add it to my TBR.
If someone tells Brittany to add this to her TBR, she better tell me to add it and then we can buddy read it.
Yeah, because it looks so cute, honestly. Got to chapter 7, baby ate lunch. Hopefully she'll nap now. Fingers crossed, sending you all the napping vibes. Because when babies decide not to nap, truly,
it's the worst.
It is the worst. Reading The Searcher. Nice. Got to 76%. Less than 100 pages left. You got this. Did some laundry. Here's everyone's laundry reminder that if you need to do laundry or need to move it or do something with it and you've forgotten, next sprint. We have a finished book. How did it go? Good morning, JoJo. Hi, Krista. Arrived mid-sprint and ate lunch while watching some BookTube. Also focusing on answering comments. I need to do this as well. This is something people don't know, is that that's a whole side of YouTube.
It really, and here's the thing.
And I love the comments and I want to read them and actually like comment.
Yeah, and I will definitely see that I have comments and then I'll wait. Until I have time to like actually sit down and interact with the comment, because it's a whole other like job. Like it's a thing that's on my habit tracker that I need to do 3 days a week.
Mm-hmm. Me too. I have it on for 3 days a week. We're this is why we're friends. We're so much alike.
I know, right?
We really are. Got to page 98 of a 289. Taking some time to myself before I go to a long meeting. I love that you're taking some self-care time before your long meeting. Very important. Editing, but made myself some pizza. Pretty well started Pollyanna and read 50 pages. I have also been seeing this one going around everywhere. Krista, I don't know if you can tell us if you are liking this, but can you tell me? I need to read this book so badly. Hello, Joe, by the way. I need to read this book. Seeing everyone read Malice is giving me the FOMO. Softy DNF'd it last year because I wasn't in the mood for chunky fantasy, and now I want to go back to it. That's totally fair, because you do need to be like in the mood for a chunky fantasy. But yeah,
I have not been in my chunky fantasy era, but here's the thing. I will find it this year because I do have to read.
I will find it.
I do have to read Ashes. What is it? Ashes of the Sun?
Yes. This one.
I have to read that. And here's the thing, okay? Not only did Brittany send me Ashes of the Sun, which I knew she was going to do for my birthday. I knew she was going to, because it was her best book of the last year.
It wasn't.
Or one of her best books.
It was for up until the point I read another book at the very end.
Oh, that's right, because you read another book at the very end. Okay, well, it was.
I read one at the very
end. Listen, for half the year, it was her best book of the year.
For most of the year, it was my best book of the year.
And then Brianna bought me the second one for my birthday. So now I am like, okay, well, now I have to go to the store and get the third one, but I like don't have an excuse not to read this, because I can't even say like, oh, well, I only have the first one. No, girl, you have the first two.
You have them all.
Relax. You know what I mean? So here we are.
It's true. Who likes long chapters?
Listening to it.
Anybody, like, I don't know anybody. Like, some people may be unbothered by it, but I truly don't think there's anybody who's like, I prefer a long chapter. If you are that person, please tell me in the comments.
Please let us know.
Put an emoji and be like,
because I've never met someone who does enjoy, like, who says like, oh, I prefer a long chapter over a short.
But maybe
there are definitely people that are unbothered, and I think Leandra is just a person that it doesn't bother them to have a long chapter. Right. And I don't have a physical copy of this book. I might buy one because I'm actually liking it, but
I feel like this is such a commonplace thing right now. Sorry, I just saw the comment, is the trudging through my way through Iron Flame. Like, I have seen so many people struggling through Iron Flame. I'm so sorry, friends, that is like a harder book for those that liked Fourth Wing. It seems that Iron Flame is a harder book for you. Hopefully Onyx Storm will make it worth it, though. I really do. Like, me and Neva, we said this last Thursday.
We really do hope you guys love.
You all to enjoy Onyx Storm.
And
we really do.
I've seen a lot of discourse via Instagram of people making like story posts that are like, if you don't want to know about Iron Flame, you can follow my page, or you found the right page, or whatever, which I think is a little catty in my opinion, because like, let people love what they love. But honestly, I'm here for all of the spoilers, because when what was the second one? Iron Flame was the second one, right?
Iron Flame.
When Iron Flame came out, honestly, I loved watching everyone interact with it. So, like, I'm kind of sitting here like, I'm ready to see everybody's reactions to Onyx Storm. I'm not going to read it. Like, I'm not.
Like, yeah, but it's the same thing with Iron Flame. We did the same thing as we spoiled ourselves for the ending, just because we wanted to know what everybody was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to know. And here's the thing: is that Brianna liked Iron Flame.
I think a lot of
more
people
than she liked Fourth Wing
as much.
But she was trying to convince me that I should just go ahead and read Iron Flame, because she's like, you didn't like Fourth Wing very much, but read Iron Flame. And I was like, you know what? Truthfully, it's not even worth my time to like. This is just me, but it wasn't worth my time, because if I'm going to collect books that have pretty cover or pretty edges, Games Gods Play is a great example of this. I want all of the series to then match each other and have those pretty edges. And if it's not worth it to me to continue the series enough to have them on my shelf, to have the pretty edges on my shelf, I'm not going to continue the series. Or if I am, it's not going to be physically. Like, I will go get the audios or the ebook or whatever off of the from the library. So like, if at any point I'm like, I really want to read these, I'll borrow them from the library. I just won't purchase them physically.
Yeah, exactly. I love how I really thought Leandra was going to show up in that. I was like waiting. I thought we maybe summoned, but we didn't.
I thought so too. And then I was looking, I didn't see her. So
we didn't summon Leandra, unfortunately. Yeah, update in the next sprint. Although this instantly might have just sold me.
Okay, so when are we butter reading this?
To be honest, I just think like I just love the idea of baby dragons. Like, I know it's in the title, but like, is there like multiple baby dragons and we follow different baby dragons? Like,
that's what I need to know.
I don't want to be sold in just by the title. So Quinny, keep us updated.
Also, Brittany, I fear that this may. I fear that this may be the year of like Neva and Brittany buddy reading every book known to man. And I fear that means I might make a video that's like every book I read with my bestie.
And knowing what our first buddy read of the year was, and the fact that the next one could be like knowing what buddy reads we have planned. Okay, the first one was what it was. I know we're doing the third Gilmore Girl. Friends, the assortment of books that would be in that vlog is going to be just
crazy.
It's
crazy. And here's the thing is if I do this, it will not come out until the end of the year, because I will compile all of the books that we buddy read. And I have a compulsion with purchasing books that I buddy read with people. So like, crazy. I haven't bought them yet, but I will be buying all of the Housemaid books.
Yes.
From Frida McFadden, because that was the first series that I ever buddy read with Katie.
Yes.
And so, but like, I own the Spell Shop, right? Which I'm at some point this year going to buddy read that with Katie. So like, I have a compulsion of buying books that I buddy read with my friends, because they hold like a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to end up with like a buddy read bookshelf, and people are going to be like, what are all these books? And be like, these are every book I ever buddy read with people.
Yeah, I love that. And we both know that I just broke down and bought our first buddy read of the year, physical copies, because I have looked it up so many times.
I will be buying them in the next month.
And I needed them. Like, I was like, I need those on my shelves, to be honest.
And I had a feeling when you were like, I'm about to lose KU, I was like, this girl, I said the next message I get is that she bought them. And then the next message I got was, well, I just bought them. And I was like, okay.
I did. I went and bought them, and I'm just waiting for them to show up. Oh, This is true, Neva. I don't have time for this right now, Vanessa.
Girl, I don't have time for this either. Okay, we already have a thing happening that you already had to push back because
I know, but like
I was like, I have to drop out.
But I'll be in the sprints, and I may end up FOMOing and reading this.
Here's the thing, maybe the sprints will convince us to buddy read it.
It could happen. It could happen. But also, friends, just so y'all know, these sprints are happening this weekend. So, I'm assuming on Vanessa's channel.
I think Vanessa's channel, yeah. Yeah, Christina shared them below.
Oh, thank you, Christina. Perfect. Thank you, Christina. You're the best. Okay. With that, though, we are going to go into our next sprint. So I am going to star us at Baby Dragons. That's a great place to put a star, I think. And I'll see y'all in an hour. Hello, friends. Before we get into how we did, we do have some hellos to do because we did have quite a few people join us during that sprint. We had Sadia. I also do enjoy that Jill saw our cheers. Hello, Annika. And Mel is here. Hello, Mel. How are you? And then we had a big conversation about Jill picking a book. And then we had Stacy join us. Hello, Stacy. Okay, then we're at where everybody. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Hello, Brad. How are you? And now we're at where everyone is telling us how they did. I didn't do as much reading in that sprint because I was like having to go up and do stuff every 10, 15 minutes. But I got to 34% of the Genesis of Misery. I'm going to finish this chapter in the next sprint, and then I'll switch back to Malice because I'm going to like switch each sprint because I'm behind equally in both books. So like, I'm just going to work, but I'm not going to like leave in the middle of a chapter. Like I'll finish whatever chapter I'm on and then I'll.
Right.
Because I could leave in the middle of a chapter, but that seems unnecessary. It seems
couldn't be me. I hate leaving in the middle of a chapter. You know how I am.
Right?
This is why when I have long chapters, I do the audio because that's time.
We all know I don't. Well, I've physically read. I am in the middle of physically reading my 4th book this year.
Who are you?
I don't know. I am an audiobook reader and I have physically read 4 books this year and I'm in the middle of another one.
Here's the thing. So I filmed. Oh, I'll tell you where I am first. I'm at 68% of this book.
Nice.
So it says I have an hour and a half left. So I should finish this soon. And then I'm going to actually send you in the next sprint, like during the next sprint in Voxer, I'm going to send you the cover to the book that I'm going to switch to because I am going to switch to my Kindle for a little bit and read. But here's the thing. So I filmed, you'll see it next week probably. I'm committing to Wednesday and Friday for upload days at this point. Obviously there wasn't one this Wednesday because I needed to get back into like actually diamond painting. So I did spend, not yesterday, I spent Tuesday actually diamond painting. Yesterday I was in too much pain. But I'm going to do whipping chats are coming back. So that will be my Wednesday video. Because I just like whipping chat Wednesday. I just think it's cute sounding. What?
We need to do some diamond painting together because I still have my Christmas diamond painting that I need to finish.
I will add this to the list of things to discuss.
Please do. That list is getting long. We gotta sit down.
Listen, I have a check. I'll send you the picture of what next Friday looks like. There's a checklist going. But we'll discuss this because we could probably make one of our work days.
I don't see why not.
A diamond painting work day or something. But then Friday you'll probably get like a sit down video because this year vlogs are going to be considered bonus. Because I just don't have a time frame for when those are going up. So I'm so sorry.
Go up when they're ready.
Yeah. So I have my January book tag, my January book tag, which is Jan Agaton's book tag. I'm going to do that. I'm filming it next week. So I get it up in January. I did it last year too, if you want to go watch the one from last year. And then I did film a Kindle 101 video. I didn't get a ton of questions, but the 2 people that did ask questions asked like 3 questions each. And like one of the questions that I got asked was if I supported having more than one Kindle. And I said yes and no, because I feel like yes, if you're going to use them.
Yes.
But if you just are hoarding them, it's like Stanley cups or like anything else. Like if you're just buying them because it's like a novelty, like I feel like that's weird. Like don't do that.
But if you're a big Kindle reader, I could see why you would want more than one. Yeah.
And I'm gonna be real. I have figured out that I think I need at least 2.
I mean, considering I have 3, you surely need at least that.
Yeah, because I feel like maybe 3, because I feel like I would use 1 for like books that I own on my Kindle.
Yep.
1 for library books.
Yep.
And 1 for arcs.
Yep.
Because if I had one for each, I could actually remove
some of your
downloads.
Yes.
For like I'd like my ARC one would only have ARCs on it. My Libby one would only have Libby books on it.
Yep.
Like, and they just wouldn't get downloaded to the other devices. And like the longer I think about it, the more I'm like, this would make my creative life so much easier.
This is why I got another one for Christmas, because I like to keep it, if I'm in the middle of reading multiple books, I like to keep the covers on the Kindle, because if not, I forget that I'm reading the book. Like it's out of sight, out of mind, it's gone. I don't remember. So I like to not flip between currently reading Kindle books, because I want to keep them I want to keep the covers on the thing. This is not necessary. This is just something that I like to do. It's not needed, but it makes my brain happy. And for something, if it makes your brain happy and it's not hurting anyone, do it. That's my
yeah, that's my thing is I'm just like you, because I have always been that person that's like, it's cool that other people have more than one, but like you don't need more than one. But then I'm like, girl, you read
more books than I do.
I read 50. I looked at my stats from the last couple of years.
Yeah.
2022 was the lowest when I went back, because I just went only back to 2022. And even in 2022, I was still reading about 50% on my Kindle. And it's just increased since then. Last year, I read 90% was via Kindle.
That's a huge amount.
Like, that means that majority of my reading is on my Kindle.
Are Kindle books. Exactly.
Right. So if I can justify buying physical books when I don't really read them, to be honest, I only really read physical books if I plan to annotate them. I can definitely justify having 3 Kindles.
And I mean, I don't know. I can only speak about like Canadian pricing, but a Kindle is the cost of 2 hardcover books.
Yeah, so it's not quite that expensive here for a Kindle. But even like low grade Kindle, because what I'm thinking is that like my ARCs Kindle will be like a basic, because I am not great at keeping up with my ARCs. But I would be more inclined to read ARCs like on the go.
Yes.
Than I am to sit at my house and read them.
Yep. That makes sense.
So a basic Kindle is only like $100 US.
Okay. Yeah.
And like I say,
really not that big of a price difference between a Kindle in Canada and a Kindle in the United States.
Yeah. And I say in, I have said in my Kindle 101 video, like, I guess a Kindle is an investment because all you can do on it is read. But I mean, if I can justify paying as much as I do for an iPad, which yes, it does more than just one function, but I don't use my iPad is only used for productivity and games. I don't use it for reading. So I can justify to myself buying something that's specifically for reading that doesn't give me a migraine, but is also easy to throw into a bag.
100%. I think this makes perfect sense. Not reading so far, but I decided to DNF Dead Silence. We supported DNF here.
We love a DNF.
Always. And then spent the reading spoilers. I've done this so many times where like I really am not enjoying the book, but like I do kind of want to know how it ended. So like I get that. Oh, made it to 25% into Baby Dragon Cafe. It's so sugary, sweet, and cute. We need to read this book.
We have to read this. Okay. All right. I'm adding it to the list of things to discuss.
Please add it to the list of things to discuss. This list is getting long, y'all.
I can actually show you the list.
No, because there's secrets on that list.
Oh, there are secrets on the list.
I was like, no, you can't.
Never mind. So sorry. I mean, I guess I could like scribble it out so you can't see it.
No,
but
it's okay.
I'll just take a picture of it and send it to you in Boxer.
Yeah.
Okay, Baby Dragon book. That's what I'm gonna write.
That list got longer even during that sprint because Neva and I, because this is what happens, is we are doing things and then inspiration strikes. And right. I will just tell Neva, add it to the list. Add it to the list.
Just add it to the list for the next work day. And I'm like, okay, next work day is next Friday. So
yes. Because also if we don't do it if we start doing it now, we'll get off our productivity that we're currently on. So it's like, no, just put it on the list and we'll deal with that at the appropriate time. But right now we have to finish our books. Do you know what I mean? But like if we get into it now,
I might have to get a longer checklist sticker.
You do for just our days. Hi, Brooklyn. Reminders to your friends.
Yes, switch your laundry.
I know. Who am I physically reading books? And look at you reading books too.
Yeah, I've only successfully finished 2 books this month. This one will be the 3rd book, but I've decided because I've been really good about taking pictures of books as I finish them.
Yes, you haven't. I know that's your goal.
Reading.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of myself for this. Actually, I finished 3 books because I did read a book of poetry the other day for KU Clean Out.
Yes.
And I will be buying that book. Anyways, but I do have that posted if you want to see it. It's on my IG highlight. But after I finish this book, I'll have 4 books. I don't usually read that much in January because January is just such a hard, I don't know, like it's like coming out of an old year and into a new year. It's such
I totally understand.
Thing.
Yep.
So,
and also we have a lot of end of the year, start of the year content that we're trying to do at this time too. So it's like a busy time with that.
Yeah. Also, this was my original thought.
A home Kindle and a travel Kindle?
So I might end up with 4. Because I do want to say that I do want a Kindle Color, the Kindle Color Soft.
Yes.
But that one I think will be the dedicated home / like Kindle Reads only Kindle, because that will be where most of my content comes from. Is with the color covers. Because ARCs and like library books, I don't really care if those are in color, but if I own them, I would like them to stand out and be in color. But I will say that I think I might end up with 2 of the cheaper Kindles, 2 of the basics, just because then I don't really, I mean, if I leave a $100 Kindle at the airport and it gets lost, I can replace that much quicker than a $300 Kindle.
Yeah.
Like my color will probably never leave my house. I'll be honest.
No, I wouldn't. I would make that this doesn't leave the house Kindle.
Like it would be my at home, like this is where we read the books I own Kindle. And then if I'm traveling and I'm like, okay, I really need to finish this book I own, then that travel Kindle will be the one. But I think my travel Kindle would just never get used unless I'm traveling. Like it would just sit in a travel bag, like in a Kindle sleeve in a travel bag.
I don't feel like I travel, but like I think you mean just like going out too, not travel. Or do you mean just travel?
Yeah, I mean like going out in general, but for 2025 I have at least 1 book event that I'm going to.
Right.
Listen, I'm only sharing this here, so if you're not here, you didn't hear about it. But Brittany already knows. But I am meeting Margaret this year.
You are. I'm so jealous.
I'm so excited. But I'm meeting Margaret this year in May. And so I am at least traveling for that. But we do a lot of car travel too. Where we like visit family and stuff. And I would rather take a travel Kindle for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Only have 1 Kindle, but I also read a fair bit of physical reads. This year, I've already read so many Kindle books. Normally, I am more of a physical reader, but there's obviously I have read it or delete it happening. So that's all Kindle. So that's definitely one of the reasons. But there's just a few reasons why I've been reading more Kindle books this year, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I read what I read.
Right.
Parents bought me a new Kindle for my birthday, and even though my current one is 5 years old and it still works fine, so I might use both of them for 2 different reasons. Absolutely.
You should.
Yes.
Especially if you read a lot on Kindle, I think that it's I don't see why you shouldn't have more than 1 device if you read a lot on Kindle. To me, it would be like telling somebody like, oh, you read a lot of physical books, but like only get them from the library.
Yeah. And I wish I could get library books on my Kindle. Like that's sad to me that I can't.
Yeah, because you guys have to use
Yeah.
Kobo, right?
We have to use Kobo to get library books. It's very annoying. I mean, I would love to ML. Also, this would be a fun service.
That would be a fun service, actually. And ML, I plan on it. We have to discuss this.
We really do.
Because if I come that way, then I have to also make it like a trip where I like see my dad and stuff too. So I have to figure out how far away you are from my dad. I think you're 2 hours from my dad from the last time that we talked, but yeah, I would like to meet more bookish friends.
Too. I feel like it's so crazy because again, I'm in a different country, so it even adds a level of difficulty. But like, I need to meet like some of my Canadian friends. Like this needs to happen this year.
And Sash and Aaron and I think
Did
Ren,
you see that
they've
in
all been posting. There's like 6 of them.
I know.
And I'm like, oh my god, that one. And then like last year we saw like Vanessa and Bree and Leandra, Katie, Nell, like we saw all of them. Yes. So like, and then a couple years ago I got to meet Rainy. Was that 2023? Yeah, 2023. I got to go visit Rainy.
That was when the baby was born.
Which is crazy.
Nuts.
But you know, yeah.
In Canada? Question mark? Because Canada's different.
I was gonna say I could see maybe being able to do this on the Kindle Fire because it's a legitimate tablet.
Yeah, maybe.
So you could read it in the Libby app as opposed that makes sense. Sending it to your Kindle.
That totally makes sense. Okay, with that, friends, I'm going to star the comments because the timer already went off, and then we were chatting as we do. But with that, we are going to jump into another sprint, and I will see y'all in an hour. Hello. Before we get to how we did, let's do our hellos. We had Atia join us. Hello, Atia. How are you? We had Paul pop in. Hi, Paul. And Tennille is finally off work. Yes. And only have 80 pages left in their book. So, like, you know, good things are happening. Okay. What I did is I got to page 384 of Malice, which is actually conveniently the end of a chapter. So I am going to switch in the next sprint back to Genesis of Misery. And also my dinner showed up. So I'm going to eat in the next sprint as well because it's just sitting here and like looks delicious. So that's going to be my plans. How did you do, Neva?
I have less than an hour of this book left, so I'm going to be switching in the next sprint. Like the beginning of the sprint will be this book, but by the end of the sprint, I'll have switched to We Used to Live Here, so I can get some like actual eyeball reading in today.
I'll adjust the graphics.
So yeah, that's what I did.
Nice. Look at us getting stuff done today. I feel like today's been very productive.
Right?
I love on that. I feel like Thursdays are always quite productive. Maybe because we're here for so many hours.
Right.
Like,
yeah. So even if there's like an hour where we don't like a sprint where we don't read, like we still have a ton of other sprints to read.
Like, honestly, it feels like I filmed Timmy's ages ago. But that was
only like 4 hours ago.
So that feels like a whole lifetime ago because we've done so much since then. So like it just time flies on Thursdays, I feel like. Like I'll blink and I'll be like, how is it this late? Like how is it supper? And then it's like we're done. It's so fast. I mean, we still have 3 more hours, so we're not done, friends. But like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like
it just seems like we should have longer than 3 hours left.
100%. It goes like 3 hours is only 2 sprints. Like it's not
right.
It's not that much. Kendra got to chapter 14. I cannot wait to read this book. I cannot wait because Cassidy has been going on about this book on social media.
I'm ready.
I am now like fully invested in reading this book.
Yeah, I'm reading Phantasma this year as well.
I don't know when I'm going to get to it. I own it. Don't know when I'm going to get to it, but
it's
like
on
rather than later.
I have it on my Kindle Unlimited. So I'm hoping that it doesn't pop up like anytime really soon. Actually, I don't even think I have it on the wheel for Kindle Unlimited because I don't know. This is one that I don't know if I feel like Rainey put this on my romantasy thing.
Oh, yeah, could have.
So all of my romantasy, because like Quicksilver is not on there. There's a bunch of them that aren't on there because I'm like, Rainey could have put these on
absolutely
the romantasy thing.
Definitely could have. Speaking of Rainey, get a Clue video. I know it's been linked multiple times, but I'm sure you'd have to scroll for it a while now. But I'm sure if you put in your search, get a Clue, it'll pop right up, and an admin may pop the link again.
It will. You can also just go to her channel.
This is true too. I also need to. The other night on B&K, I was trying to get everybody to help me choose what team, and I've chosen a team, but I forgot to actually go do the things. Like sign up and join the Discord. So like I need to do that.
I'm a team captain and I haven't filled out the thing yet. I gotta
get the people to join your team.
I'm on Team Scarlet. It's me and Bree from the Brookshire. So coming out with us. It's gonna be a fun time. Yeah. I can't wait to get my merch, dude.
Seriously.
She did really well with the merch this year.
True. Got to 77%, 31% of Elantris, and it's a good stopping point on my diamond painting. Finished editing and rendering, but fam is home, so I need to hop out and spend time with them. That's totally fair. I hope you have a good night with your family. I got Harvest Clean Eats, which is a common order for me, to be honest. I love their like rice bowls. So I got their like black bean rice bowl. And that's what this is.
It looks good.
So they bring it to the house. It's great. It's a good thing for sprint nights because I find it very hard to cook while I'm doing 8 hours of sprints. Like it's just one thing that like not on Thursdays. Made it to 33% of Iron Flame. Hi, Nicole. How are you? Got to 24% of Small Pleasures. Finally reading something today. Great job. Got to 37% of The Weaver and the Witch Queen. I love this cover, by the way. The Weaver and the Witch Queen. It's such a pretty cover. Cleaning and also reading Dead Souls. And hello to all the chat friends. Being in New Orleans, it's such a vibe. I love when like a book hits with where it's set, like when you know the setting of a place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wrote 700 words. That's amazing in one sprint. Could not be me. I'm very impressed.
Right.
Just 1,000 to go. You are doing amazing. Team Green. We have some Team Plums in the chat. I am joining Peacock, friends. And the reasoning, if you weren't on Tuesday night sprints with Kelsey and I for B&K, you may not know the reasoning for this. But if you were around for Clue last year, I made an error. Neva's trying to figure out what I'm talking about. And you will know as soon as I say it, is that Clue had happened about 3 months after Tar. And for Tar that year, everything was color oriented. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
was solidly in my Team Blue mindset, even though I was the host for Scarlet for Clue. And I had a moment when I ordered my bonfire merch and just like reverted back 3 months and bought.
She ordered the wrong merch.
I did.
And I didn't even order merch last year because I was I was co-host for Team White.
Yeah.
And we had like brown shirts.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm not like, my skin is brown. Okay. I'm not really like a brown color type person. Like, I love an earthy tone. Like, I have this green one. This was my green, my team, whatever team I was on, witches. Yeah, Team Witch. This is my Team Witch merch from Mystic last year. So like, I love an earthy tone, but the brown that I was seeing through the preview, I was kind of scared to order it because I was like, I'm afraid that this is not going to look well with my skin tone. So I just didn't order merch last year. Yeah. But the merch from last year is still up. So I may go in and just order like a regular logo when I order the merch for this year.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I've decided to join Team Blue so that my sweater makes sense.
Yeah, I do remember that now.
We were talking about it on sprints on Tuesday night. I was like, that is actually the perfect reason.
This is actually the reason I'm joining this team.
It literally is the reason. Because honestly, I have friends who are hosting every single, like, I literally personally know every host. So like, that's not
Here's the thing. I would never make my friends. I mean, I might give them crap about it. But like, I might be like, wow, Brittany, I can't believe you didn't join my team.
You can do that. That's fine.
But in all reality, every host this year, like, I know them. So it's like, it's okay.
Yeah. And I just think, I was like, this is a good reason. Because I actually don't wear that sweater as often because it does bring up our running joke from that year.
But now you can have good memories around that sweater. Exactly. You're just reinventing the memories around it.
Okay. We're restarting, bringing better intention. Got to 11%. Here in Oklahoma, it's not as cold as it was, and for some reason, I'm having trouble getting into the mood for a book based in New Orleans. For some reason, it's not working. That kind of makes sense. It's not as cold as it was. So, like, how cold? This is me, a Canadian, not knowing.
So today, I don't know about Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma,
but it's been cold here. It's been like 20. Like, I think the warmest it's been in the last like week is like 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
I gotta look that up because I don't know.
And then today it decided to go up to 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
I feel like that's cold.
Like, I went outside today in a hoodie.
Okay, 40 is only 4 degrees Celsius. That's very cold.
I mean, it's cold, but not compared to like what it's been.
No, not compared to what it's been. Yeah, for sure.
Here it's been like in the teens or 20 or really early 20s in Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Like, at one point we got down to like 12 degrees Fahrenheit.
Cold. I don't know what it is right now. Well, it's -5 Celsius, but I don't know what that is in. I'm looking it up.
What is -5 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
23.
Yeah, so it's been about that for us here.
Yeah.
And actually even colder than that. So it's probably been closer to like -10 Celsius.
Yeah, which has been where we've been. This is actually like warmer, I feel like. I wonder what it feels like with the wind chill though, because it's probably colder. Oh, it only feels like it's same. So it's not too bad right now.
So yeah, it's basically like a heat wave here right now.
You know what? We'll take it. Hi, Rainy. You made it. I did and I didn't. My intention is to join Peacock. I keep forgetting to go over to the video and actually do what I have to do. So somebody needs to remind me. Also, Rainy.
I'll remind you.
Rainy. My Voxer is just so many messages from a chat that you are in. How y'all better not expect me to catch up. I have 126 Voxer messages.
Also, Rainy, I need my
you don't expect me to scroll that.
Also, Rainy, since you're here, I need my romantasy board. This is your weekly reminder.
I love how this is the time we're just like, we need all the things.
I like them.
Love the bookmarks. I saw Rainy making these like behind the scenes. I would get like pictures of like the layouts and stuff.
Yeah. Good. I have to just figure out my budget because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do bookmarks and merch. And for me personally, I would rather do merch because I know that merch will get worn. Mm-hmm. So, because I've had a couple people ask why I did bookmarks for what was it that we got? Fablin and Amazing Readathon.
Yep.
But that's because the hosts, we got bookmarks. Like that's just what it was for being a host or whatever.
Kind of back to our last chat is you're a mostly Kindle reader.
Yeah. And so like I do have
as much of a
but if I think the last bookmark I bought for like an actual thing, like an actual readathon, was the first bookmark I ever bought, which was in the smut hole, the smut den.
Yes.
And I bought that because it was the first bookmark they ever ran for that. And it was in the smut den. So I was like, well, I have to have this, like it's on brand.
Mm-hmm.
And then I actually thought I lost it, but it's just been living in my copy of Butcher and Blackbird.
Yeah.
So it's fine. Like I didn't lose
place for it is in Butcher and Blackbird.
Right. But with Fablin and Amazing Readathon, I honestly probably wouldn't have even bought if I'd had to buy bookmarks, I probably wouldn't have. Just because I don't, and it's not because I don't love my friends, because I do. But it's just because I already have an abundance of Gigi and Bo bookmarks that don't get used. Like they're just here to hang out. You know what I mean? Like I do use them, but like my Gigi and Bo bookmarks are very curated, if that makes sense. Like I bought the ones I bought specifically because I know I'd use them.
Yeah. So I love Gigi and Bo bookmarks, truly.
And a few of them were gifted to me. So
this is true. This is true. We can all just troll me even more. It's fine. Rainy, do I have to listen to all 126? So like can someone just give me like a last week on Glee? Thanks.
Wait, what is this? What is this for Malice?
No, this is a Voxer chat. That is just like a random chat from.
Oh, just like a random ass chat.
Yeah, it's a random chat that started for something. Like it had a purpose at one point. Do you know what I mean? And now it's just like leftover residual.
Right. Okay.
And I don't know. There's no way that all I need.
I got you, Rainy. I'll just keep reminding you once a week. I mean, I'm not going to be like annoying, but I'm not going to be like, where's my romantasy board? But like,
I forgot that Aaron was away this week.
Ugh. I did too, actually. So it's okay.
Haven't decided on a team yet. Team Green. Don't have to listen to it all, but one message is Leander's fourth wing update. Yeah, but like, how will I ever know?
I was about to be like, can I be part of this chat just so I can hear the fourth wing update? But then I'm like, but how will I know if you guys have just sent a bunch of voice messages back and forth?
And it won't send it. Like Voxer doesn't show you previous messages.
That's also true.
So, which is annoying, to be honest. Hello, Anna. Home from holiday traveling and super ready to start reading again and catching up on BookTube. Sounds great. Did you have a good holiday? Also this. We have all sorts of questions for Anna. Do you know in one comment we're like, we have so many questions.
Right.
And sometimes they're the most random questions. With that, we're basically at the end of the comments. So I think we'll just go into the next sprint so I can eat because I'm hungry. And I will see you all in an hour.
Hold on. I'm just like doing all the things at once as one. I got to 45% of the Genesis of Misery, and since I remade the graphic to show your change in book, I'm just going to stick to this one because I didn't make the graphic with Malice. Do you know what I mean? So
that's fair.
Do one more sprint, and it's going to be shorter. Well, it may not be shorter. We're going to do one more sprint, and I just figured, like, why? I'm not going to. I'll stick with this one. How'd you do?
Well, I finished my book.
And tell us if you liked it or not. So we'll just applaud a finished book.
Yay. So I have to film my actual Ari's up here right now, so I can't do it right now, but I have to film vlog update for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did read a couple pages of We Used to Live Here. It's still going. This one's still going swimmingly. You know what I mean? Like
This fine. Is the one that Katie and Kelsey hated, right?
I don't know.
Oh, I think they just did this is the one. Okay, anyone who was at B&K Book Club book on Tuesday.
Did they hate it?
Yeah, but neither of them knew it was horror. So they were not prepared. Like,
that's why, because I think a lot of people are going into this thinking that it's a thriller, and it's definitely marketed as a thriller horror.
Yeah. They both thought it was a thriller, and it was really just they had no business ever picking this up because it's a horror, you know?
And it's definitely, I will say this, like, I've definitely seen it marketed as thriller horror or horror thriller. Yeah. So
but it's because it's
I
horror.
like,
it's not because
I like horror, so
exactly. And I know that Rainey did like this book and liked it because it's horror. So because Kelsey was like, how have you never heard of this book to me? And I said, Kelsey, it's horror. I don't pay attention to what
it is horror because that's why I said
I have no idea.
That's why I said earlier that it gives me like the Others vibes. Yes. That's a horror movie.
I know. I knew that you knew it was a horror, but when Kelsey was shocked that I didn't know about this book, and I was like, why would I know about what is currently out or popular?
Yeah, it's really good. I don't really know what the hell is happening.
I mean, that's what you're supposed. That's like I feel like normal for horror, though, you know.
But that's what I like personally. That's what I like about horror is that you don't always know what's going on until you know what's going on.
It's fine. I knew who you meant. And also, Jess, the first starred comment is me saying hello to you, but I'm just gonna do it right now. Hi, Jess. Glad you got off work early.
Yay! Yeah, but
hi.
But yeah. Ari, do you want to say hello? Did you want to say hello? Well, come on, bro. Do your flower in a minute. Come on. We're on a time crunch.
She doesn't have to say hi if she doesn't want.
Well, she said she said when she heard the sprint timer go off, she's like, "Can I say hi?"
Gotcha. I need to cough again.
Okay, well, come say hi then. Okay, well, don't tell your actual auntie that. They might be offended, but here you go.
What did she say? I'm her favorite auntie?
She said you're her favorite auntie in the world.
Well, I love you, Ari.
And I said, don't tell your real auntie, your biological aunties that. They might be offended.
It's our secret. How's your day?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Bill. It's a car.
Put it up a little bit so I can see it.
There you go.
Ooh, that's a good car. I like it.
Look, there's even a top up here.
I saw that.
You know what this is?
No, what is it?
A phone.
Oh, that's good to have a phone in the car. Is that like a cell phone?
Or is it like on purpose? We leave it in the car on purpose.
On purpose. Nice. Love it.
All right, go on. Okay, weirdo. Bye.
Hey, do not. Tennille had a supper sprint. What did you have, Tennille? Let me know. Okay, you finished book. We have another finished. We are finishing all sorts of things. I'm not going to finish anything today, but I knew that was not going to happen because one of my books is 600-700 pages. So, like, no, that's just not how life works. It's so large. But like, the floppiness of this is truly.
This is the only reason I'm not like mad that they don't do Because I honestly prefer for my chunky fantasy to be in hardcovers.
See, I don't, because it's too hard to hold when it's hardcover. It's too heavy.
So here's why I prefer it, is because at least like with a hardcover, I can sit on my legs, which helps my chronic pain also. Like I always sit sideways on my legs, and then and then a lot of times with a hardcover they lay flat.
Yes. Okay. But this will lay flat.
But if they're super floppy like that, it doesn't bother me as much.
It's beautiful. I love it. Because like Priory of the Orange Tree is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Priory of the Orange Tree. But again, like at least my copies of it, yes, they're in hardcover, but like I can lay them down flat in my lap if I need to.
We add this to the list. We need to buddy read Day of Fallen Night, dear.
Yeah, we do.
Because we buddy read Priory so long ago. That was 2023.
And I'm sitting here like, do I need to reread Priory first?
No, because it's a prequel, so it's not. No.
And the only thing it's really gonna do is we're gonna need a longer checklist, dude.
I swear.
I've run out of room on this one.
We need to. This is a problem. We have too much on the go.
Day of Fallen Night, buddy read.
Because we need to read that this year. Not soon. I don't anticipate doing that soon.
I mean, we could at least talk about it and try to schedule it for later in the year.
Like a June, not June, because June is something else.
Not June.
Definitely not June.
No, ma'am. No, because even if
they're not post June,
even if you and I are not like
June
directly involved, there's something going on that we will be participating in.
No, June is too much. You can't do June.
But we'll figure it out.
We will
later in the year.
Edited a video, started making dinner. That sounds delicious. Honestly, can I come over for dinner? That sounds amazing.
Sure.
Joined Get a Clue. Daughter chose the team and chose yellow Colonel Mustard. Love it. And doing Junior Detective. Smart. Junior Detective is not the hard one, right?
Right. So you have there's two levels. Okay, stop. I'm talking off point. Stop. Anyways, there's two levels. To it, there's the junior detective, and then I think it's just called detective, maybe senior detective. I don't think
it's lead. No, because that's the ones that are moving. No, that's
where
but it is.
Essentially, you either will move through the rooms, I think, or you won't. Like there's like junior detective is pretty much easy mode.
Yeah,
because I'm honestly contemplating, even as a host, doing junior detective.
Junior or senior?
Because
I'm definitely doing junior.
Because I feel like if we have I feel like when you have two level like modes of doing something, then some of the hosts should do both levels, because then you can help people as they go. So I think I'm going to commit to junior detective, just because I don't know if any other hosts are doing that. And then at least that way I can know how that works, so that if people have questions.
Yeah. No, that makes sense to me.
I do not love all my books to be hard.
No.
I want my romances to be...
Do not give me a hardcover romance.
Because actually, this is a big reason that I don't own a Funny Story by Emily Henry yet, because it's not been released as a paperback yet. And all of my other Emily Henrys are paperbacks, because I waited till they came out in paperback. They almost got me when it first came out, because they did the sprayed edges with the lemons. But then I was like, but I don't want a romance in a hardcover, bro. I don't care what the edges look like. I do not want a romance.
Now, that being said, we did just buy hardcover special editions of Icebreaker, but that's not to be read. That still looks pretty.
So first of all, that's right. I mean, the only thing we're going to read out of that is the actual bonus chapter. I'm not going to read that as, like, if I pick up Icebreaker again, I'm not going to pick up my special editions.
No.
And because, I mean, I guess somebody could be like, well, you just got the collector's edition of Hooked, and that's hardcover. Or you could argue that I have, not yet, the collector's edition of It Ends With Us, but I don't read my collector's editions.
Yes, I would say collector's editions are a different thing.
collector's editions and special editions to me are different because I'm not gonna read or annotate those.
Exactly.
I might hold them up in a video or something, but I'm not gonna like read or annotate them.
100%.
But like to buy them to have on my shelf to read,
Mm-hmm.
I want my Romance is Sweet paperback.
Agreed. That sounds delicious too. Frozen stir-fried vegetables and beef and rice. That sounds amazing. Didn't read anything but got some writing done and then got called away for some tech help. Literally. But no, we'll do it this year. We got to do it this year.
Listen, here's the thing. We did say
like this could happen though, because this is life, friends. We're all running to read too many books.
Listen, we did read Prior to the Orange Tree in what, 2023?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we were reading it during 24-hour sprints, and I remember that I was getting my hair done at Raven's house.
Yes.
And your Aunt Dolly. And that was like the first sprint where she actually participated. Like she was actually like talking to everybody during the chatty bits. And we were reading it then. And then we were like, as soon as Day of Fallen Night comes out, we're gonna read it. Soon.
We did.
So I pre-ordered it on my Kindle and also as an audiobook.
We did.
And then Mariah ended up buying me a physical copy. So I do have a physical copy because that's when I decided to, I don't like to say replace, but I upgraded the copy that Brittany got me into hardcover because she sent me the paperback.
I did.
Because I was like, I'm so sorry, friend, but these have to match.
But I went, of course.
So I took the slip that came with the paperback and I put it in the hardcover because it's really from Brittany. Okay, it's fine. And we were like, we're going to read this in 2024. Right. And I was like, okay. And then a release day came and went. We got the books. We never read it. And then we just promptly never spoke about it again until this moment.
Truly, though, I know 2024 just ended. But 2024 is truly a blur. Like it is
2024 for me was like 2022.
It was a lot.
Like, I mean, I was moving for half the year.
3 times? Twice.
So I moved twice in 2024 because I moved in January, like around this time.
Yes.
And then we moved, but that was just to a different house in Indiana. And then we moved again in March. Mm-hmm. And so I never truly got settled until, and then Ryan came home in May. So I never truly got settled until like August.
Yeah, but not even just that. Like there was just so much going on in 2024. Like my brain is just like, I feel like this year is like a reset.
It really is. And the thing is like, I'm like, this is my year of peace. Like I've looked at everyone in my house and been like, if you do not bring me peace, get away from me. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I'm like, I just want a peaceful year. And like my year did not start out peaceful. Okay. It didn't.
I do appreciate that. Like you're doing the Marie Kondo method, but with people.
I'm just sitting here like, listen.
You don't bring me joy. Bye-bye.
If you do not bring me peace and joy, I'm going to need you to go. I'm going to need you to go over there until you're ready to bring me peace.
You're just putting people in the corner.
Go
in the corner until you bring me peace.
I've spent too much time trying to heal. Okay, this is like my reset, but also my villain era. Like I'm just like
no, because putting up boundaries is not of being a villain.
No, my therapist.
Let's hold on.
My therapist told me this last week because I said to her, I said, I feel like I'm in my villain era.
No,
sure. I'll find one. And she was like, for why? And I was like, well, because like I put up boundaries and then people don't like the boundaries. And
that's not like, villain. Nope.
She was like, boundaries make unhealed people feel attacked. So she's like, putting up boundaries is like a healing thing to do. She said, so if people are pushing against your boundaries, then they need to work on themselves. So, I mean, I've already told like 3 different people this year. I'm not going to name names, but I've already told like 3 different people that are directly like physically in my life, like physically where I am. I've been like, listen, you need to heal whatever is going on with you. Yeah. Because I've done too much healing for this. So figure it out.
People who can't respect boundaries, they can just goodbye.
Oh my gosh. I read Starter Villain.
I want to try this author and I haven't yet. And I really want to.
It's coming in it's a part of my Leandra video. I read it in like November.
Mommy, can you
We finish this for the summer and 6 hours.
No.
Henry, we love this for you. We are not going to do an hour-long sprint because I have
Sit down.
that's going to be possible. Actually, if we go right into it and are paying attention to the chat, we'll be fine. So let's go into a sprint. This will be the last sprint, but we can't do an hour. We just have to like go right into it now. And I'll see you all in an hour. Hello. How did everybody's sprint go? I was trying to catch up on Voxer messages in not enough time to actually catch up on Voxer messages. But I also did some reading and I got set up for Bones. So I did hit 51% in the Genesis of Misery. So that's, we made a chunk of this done today and we did a chunk of Malice. Did I catch up to where I needed to be in either of these books? No. But did I make progress? Yes, I did. And all new today was not realistic. So, it's fine. It's fine. But I did hit 51%. I did set up for Bones and I started listening to Voxers. Also, Jess, if you're here, I opened your Voxer message and I saw that it had something to do with Bones, but then the timer went off and I had to stop reading. So we'll do that at some point. Maybe not even till Bones starts, because that starts in 15 minutes. So depends on how long we chat, truly. But yeah, that's what I did. What'd you do?
Well, I had to mute you for a second.
That's fair.
Because we're going to hear the timer go off in my vlog clip. I don't care. But anyway, I spun for a new book, but then I had to put that book on hold. So I spun for a second new book.
Nice.
So I'm just going to read them in the order
that you spun them,
that they are available to me.
Oh, that's smart.
Because one book is available now. So the first book I spun for, I had to put on hold. It's saying 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. And sometimes Libby really does take 3 weeks. And I couldn't get the book through Hoopla. So I was like, that's fine. Mm-hmm. And I say it in the vlog, like, we're just going to spin for a second book. Because I only have 3 books left for this vlog. Thank God. I have a light at the end of the tunnel. Honestly, if I just sat down and did these videos, they would be done so quickly, but alas. So I spun, I got a second book, and that one is available now. So I'm going to read that one, and then as soon as the other one comes available, I'll read that one, and then I'll read the last one.
Nice.
I hope that made sense.
It does.
And then I did read a bit of We Used to Live Here. It's getting weirder.
Fair.
So do I know what is actually happening? No. Is it a horror book? So do I expect to know what's happening? I don't really expect to know anything.
I don't think you should expect that. Based off what I know from Katie and Kelsey, I would not expect to. I would expect not to.
I don't know. At this point, we have a dude, the dad or whatever. He was found just kneeling outside in the snow in the middle of the night. I don't know what's happening. It's real weird, but it reads very quickly. It says I only have 3 hours of this left, so I should be able to finish it by the end of the weekend. It's not a you book at all.
No, if you're going no.
If you told me you were going to pick this up, I would be for what reason?
I would know not to, friends.
I think that I will give it 5 stars, unless the ending, the ending would have to be really stupid for me not to.
Here's the thing. I'm all for trying new genres. Which this is a video that's coming up next week, is the conclusion of the Every Romantasy Challenge. So you'll all see how that went.
So excited for this.
But because some of the books I vlogged and a lot of them I didn't. So you have no idea what I didn't realize how few I did vlog. And even there was a couple I vlogged where the videos ended up going to video graveyard. So no one ever saw those vlogs. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I have so many videos in video graveyard.
So I did vlog them, but no one ever saw that. So it's lost to the ether. But with Romantasy, I was okay to continue trying Romantasy because in theory, there's no reason I shouldn't like it. Do you know what I mean? But horror is not one of those ones that I'm going to continue just beating my head against a wall trying horror, because I just know that's not going to be my thing. However, there are types of horror I do like. Gothic horror, I do like. And I do like when things are just horrific. So serial killer, black horror would fall under that a lot of times. Do you know what I mean? That kind of horror, because there's explanations in those kinds of horror.
But you want explanatory horror.
Why?
And not all horror is explanatory. This book, you would hate it because you don't get really any answers at all. It's very much beating around the bush type explanation. It's very horror movie-esque.
Yeah, that's not me. That's
so
not
like, and I'm pretty sure that this story started as like a Reddit no sleep story.
Mhm.
And I love my favorite like Reddit threads are the no sleep. Like that's what I have the Reddit app on my phone, and all I use it for is to read like no sleep and am I the asshole? So I don't use it to like stalk celebrities or like read snark threads. Like, so when I found out that this is why I'm surprised that people think that this is a thriller, because it's being marketed as the fact that it started on Reddit no sleep.
right.
And r/no sleep, like that whole thing, that it's just horror.
Right.
It's just like little like horror stories. Some of them are longer than others, but really they're just short like horror stories. And honestly, this reminds me of something that would be on like the Full Body Chills podcast, which is like my favorite Halloween podcast. It is Ashley Flowers who does Crime Junkie, and I don't usually like shout her out because she's been known to plagiarize her true crime podcast, but she does give credit, or they write their own, like her team writes their own stories for Full Body Chills. But like, I don't know that you would like that podcast because it's all horror stories.
No, I wouldn't.
And they are very much like ambiguous ending. Some of them are very much like ambiguous. Like some of the stories I don't even like I've listened to all of them once, but there are plenty that like when I re-listen to that podcast, I skip those stories.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know?
It's just not my jam. I need explanations. My fantasy loving heart needs world building and explanations. Like it just requires it, and I can't.
That's fair.
ML, I love this for you. That's what I love about doing Thursdays is we're here for so long that people can like come and go. They can get their stuff done. Like they can go to work. They can catch us. We're here for a while. I mean, I'm live for 10 hours every Thursday, which at this point, like when we first started doing that, it was tiring, but now I'm just so used to it that like, it's like my body's used to it now. It's fine. Hello, Katie. How are you? I'm so glad you could pop in for a little while. Got to chapter 19, less than 3 hours, reading some more of Intrigue, 60 pages left. Yes, you got to pop in and just say goodbye. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Christina. Thank you for these reminders. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay, cool. I will read it. I mean, I opened it. It says I read it. But, you know, here we are. Christina's got all the links, as is always true and much appreciated.
Truthfully, but Jess, do you like horror?
Jess reads horror though, so there's a difference.
Okay, so because I can never remember if Jess is one of our. Well,
Jess
she's got to be because she likes House of Hollow.
Jess reads horror.
Oh well, okay. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel about it. I tend to like horror that nobody else likes. I will say that. I tend to be.
That's true.
That person. I do want to read September House, but I do tend to be that person that like because I've watched some of the discourse around House of Hollow, and there are a lot of people that didn't like that book because it was like they complain that it's YA trying not to be YA. And I'm like, is it actually, or is it just that you don't like YA horror? Because YA horror is not written the same as other YA genres.
It's true.
Like YA fantasy or YA romance is written completely different than YA horror.
True.
Because you want it doesn't, and usually doesn't feel like YA. Because I feel like middle grade horror feels more YA than middle grade.
Yeah.
You know? So we'll see how I feel. Honestly, with horror, it always rides on the end. I'm going to be honest.
Horror is, in another conversation that I've had recently, is the difference between how certain genres are rated off vibes more than other genres.
Yeah.
I feel like horror is one of those.
And horror, here's the thing. I
rate horror off vibes really easy. Where like certain genres you don't really rate. I mean, sometimes you can. Sometimes it's a vibe. But like fantasy, I rate less off vibes than I would like romance. Romance is a lot of vibes.
Yeah, romance is a lot of vibes, but like the Games Gods Play was fantasy or romantasy, I guess.
Yeah. And
that one I didn't rate off of vibes. I rated off the content. Now I will say it lost half a star because that sex scene that they put in was unnecessary and stupid. Okay. My brother came home because he uses my Libby, so he listened to it.
Yeah.
And he came home from school and he's like, wow, that sex scene was terrible. And he is 16, so that book is in his like genre, like his age.
Yeah, because it's new and all.
And I said, and my dad let him, like, I asked my dad if he could read Priest. So he read Priest. So it's not like he's never.
If he can read Priest, he can handle the games gods play.
But he literally said to me, he was like, that was the cringiest thing I ever listened to in my ears. And I was like, yeah. I said, I told you there was one and it wasn't good. Like, it's not well written.
No, it's not. It's true. But I am still excited for that sequel, to be honest.
I am so excited for the sequel, and I need to go see if I can pre-order it because I need to get it so it has.
I know I need the matching sprayed edges.
There ain't no way I'm putting a plain sequel next to the gorgeousness that is the first book.
I will say though, because that one's Red Tower, right?
Yeah, it is.
They usually don't sell out of their first runs quickly. Like they know how many to they do a good job. Look at me.
I think it's because they know the Red Tower. I think
they know that's the only reason they sell books.
Well, they learned their lesson with Fourth Wing because so many people were so upset that they didn't get the first run of Fourth Wing, and then people price gouged.
Yeah,
like $2,000 for a fucking sprayed edge book, which is ridiculous. So I think that they were like, okay, well, if we're gonna do our first run of these all with sprayed edges, we need to make, because I mean, I'm still going. What is that? The drowning book, Lesson in Drowning. Is that what it's called?
Study in Drowning. That's not Red Tower though.
Well, okay, but that's an example of one that has sprayed edges.
Yeah,
I can still go to Walmart and get that book.
Still get it.
Edges.
Yes,
like.
And also, for the Games Gods Play Blood Guard, I can still get that.
I can still get that in sprayed edges too.
And that's been out for months.
And that one had been out for months when I got it in November, and and all of the books that they had at Barnes & Noble for Blood Guard still had sprayed edges.
True. So. ML, do you mean romantasy? I feel like you must mean romantasy and not horror, just based off the comments. And I feel like romantasy is hit or miss for me. But anyway, I don't want to go too in depth with what's coming in that video because it is a video that will be coming in literally like 3 days.
Okay,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I see Jess's comment. Okay, I'm going to bump September House up on my thing. But again, we used to live here. It's really going to depend on the ending because I can't even say like, oh, this is going to be 5 stars. Like I can say it could be because it could be. Who knows? It could be 0 stars. It could be a DNF halfway through. But I probably won't DNF it just because I've only got 3 hours left, so I'll just breeze through it. But the horror for me really depends on the ending. If the ending is really stupid, because like Catherine House, I really didn't like that book very much for most of the book. Like I was very confused for most of the book, but I was like, okay, maybe the ending. And then I liked the way it ended, so I gave it 4 stars.
I cannot do Catherine House.
I know you did not like that book.
I didn't understand that book. That book was like I was in the weeds.
Well, and the ending gives you nothing.
Like, no, I was in the weeds the whole time.
It's ambiguous at the very end. Like it's very ambiguous. Like there's no answers. Brittany was like, they told me nothing.
They told me no things, friends. Friends, we are going to end this though because I have bones with my patrons in 4 minutes. So we're going to end these so that I can go there. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this lovely Thursday. I will be back here next Thursday, same time, same place. Neva has sprints Monday.
Yep.
There you go. So that's where we'll be. We'll see you soon. Bye.